Alright. Let's just see everything's working. Let me get the chat up on my PC. There it is. Alright. Hello everyone. Today we are playing the Stanley parable, and I have to be quiet because it's late at night because I'm doing an achievement for playing for the entire year of a Tuesday. Alright, anyway, time to begin.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
So I am going to be
Stanley worked for a company in a
hunting.
big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Alright,
Something he would never quite forget.
Going in now.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting.
Stanley is happening,
hi.
yes.
Never in all his
Stanley
years at the
is
company
happy.
had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, so the first thing I'm going to be doing, I need to turn invert look on because I am weird and use invert look. Alright. Where is
All of his
door
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
door 430.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click
I
a
am
door
doing it
5
for the
times.
trophy.
Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door
I'm
20
sorry.
times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Alright. Go to door 47. I didn't listen to what it said. Okay, luckily I have it written down, so even if I ignore what it says. It appears I did not listen to what it said. Epic strategy of restarting the game and listening this time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this
Alright,
for the
it's
trophy?
listening time.
Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Oh, it was this door to click 20 times, not the one I had written down.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort
I
for a
have
noble
made an
cause.
error already.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Alright, for now, the strat is just spamming the door.
No,
get
I'm
this
still
trophy.
not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Oh, now it's door 417. Indeed, clicking.
Ooh, great. Now,
the
go
click
click a few
noises are
times
cool.
on door 437.
I like the clicking noises. Where are you, door 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
The narrator is taking us on a journey. On us 415 in here. Right, it's through this way then. There it is.
Now, back to door number 437.
I'm on my way. Right, there it
Let's
is.
see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
The copy machine, this is it.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Anything you say, narrator.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
There's 419.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Through here.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
The copy machine. Hello.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes!
I did it.
We did it!
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Right, I got a few others on my list. No, I have already done like 2 or 3 off stream, so I do have a few trophies already. Anyway, next I'll be getting 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, and so on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling
The
a wave
other
of
one,
disbelief,
I'm going to
Stanley
do the
decided to go
speedrun
up to his
trophy after
boss's
this.
office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But first,
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was
boss's
once again
office.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
8.
Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was
8.
being held from him? What he could not
I have
have known
achieved
was that the
888.
keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss
think
had been
it's
keeping
4,
from him. And so
8,
the boss had assigned
2,
it
5.
an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But
oh,
of
close.
course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Alright,
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
here we go.
Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Let there be light.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of
is
emotion in his
a
chest,
pretty large
as though he
building.
felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go
I have
unanswered for long.
arrived. Alright, I'm not going to do the regular
Stanley walked
boring
straight
ending.
ahead
That
through
would
the
be
large
boring.
door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'm going to escape through the door
Although this
labeled
passageway
escape.
had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
How not convenient for my health.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Whoa, it's the red light of doom. What the Stanley?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
seem good
he
for
reflected
my
that
health,
his
if
life
I'm being
had been
honest.
of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't
This
see
a
the bigger
weekly
picture.
from Portal
He doesn't
2
know
reference.
the
He's
real
going
story,
to crush me
trapped
with
forever
mashy
in his
spike
narrow
plates.
vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Raggy.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant,
they made a
Stanley
sequel
was
to the
obliterated
narrator.
as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
How silly. Whoa. Not cardboard boxes blocking my path.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
I
What
can
exactly
confirm.
did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been
I
created
have
for you long in advance,
found a room.
death becomes meaningless, making life
Oh, is this
the
the
same.
office?
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment
Stanley's
he
room.
hit start?
There is the famous copy machine that helped me get the click on door 435 times. And the two doors. Computers. This is a reference to the Roblox game Doors. Look at these doors. Which button sound do we think is best? I'll replay them. Door 1 has the best button sound. I mean button 1. I'm going to 4. There's only 2 people, so it's not going to actually not sure how to do this. I saw people do before, like a poll, yeah. Left or right? Left. Right. Alright, vote for left or right. Alright, I could have just probably asked that regularly. instead of doing that, but yes, right. No, not another fork in the road.
Came to the lift. He traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Stanley pushed the orange lever. Stanley walked over the bridge.
That's very interesting things that Stanley did. Alright, let's go back the other direction. The lounge, the evil facility.
Thing in this room. Perfect example.
Clock. Hold on, is this synced with my time? No. It's 11 past midnight. Unless I set the time wrong, that would be inconvenient. The gaming ending. Oh, an elevator. Freedom ending, except different. Oh, that's the... Alright, the countdown desk. Oh yeah, there's a ending where it's like a countdown, but there is like no way to actually escape it, and there's like tons of buttons around making you think there's some sort of puzzle that you can solve to like stop the countdown that explodes the entire facility, but there is in reality no way of stopping it. Well, here is the evolution of Stanley's office. So yeah, this desk looks kind of weird because there's a bit sticking out there, and that one's better, but definitely I like the final version more. I don't think there's that much difference from these ones. One PC, one mug. They just cut everything in half. More phone. Oh, can I answer this? One piece. One PC. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Hello. Alright, what does the narrator answer, or do they not have answers? How is the games? The lounge, I like the new one better. Warzone. Kinda cool. Right, what's down here? The copier, that's so awesome. Maintenance room. Alright, back at the fork in the road there. So now we will go to the ending thingy. Where was it? I think it was just this way.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Ah.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Uh-oh. My controller is vibrating, that's not good.
You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
I'm sorry, but if I turn my PlayStation off, then I won't be able to get the trophy for playing all Tuesday.
Be your only true choice.
I have to get this trophy. I am sorry, female narrator. Ow. I wonder what happens if I do turn my PlayStation off there. That is very... I wonder. Alright, now...
All of his
speedrun.
Gone.
Hold on, I'll begin again because I stood still for a few seconds there. Alright, we're speedrunning.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I need to shake my camera around because that's what pros do.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What will be faster, left or right?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on
left.
his left.
Yeah, left will be faster. I may have wasted some time there. I believe in myself. I can do this.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to
I am
go
literally
up to his
Minecraft
boss's
dream right now.
staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, what was it? Was it
Stepping into
2485?
his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
No, I forgot it.
Stanley wondered aloud
4,
to
2,
nobody.
8,
He began wildly tearing
5.
through papers on the boss's
No.
desk, pulling books off the shelf,
2,
looking behind paintings,
4,
desperate for
8,
clues to his
5.
situation. But his attention was caught by
2,
a keypad behind the boss's desk.
8,
What
4,
could its purpose
5.
be? Stanley was in
I did
such
it,
a
I did it,
rush
I
to
did
get
it.
through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Let me through.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
I think I
So he
extended the time,
relaxed
actually.
for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Alright, well that's not the way to speedrun. It actually makes it take longer. Well, actually, it might end up around the same time. I'm not sure. But,
Feeling soothed
you're
and
ruining my
rejuvenated,
speedrunning.
Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Alright. Let's go. Do you think I will speedrun it in time? It's like 4 minutes and something.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
Let me
television
through.
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength?
You can get up there. I've been up there before. I think the stream's a bit delayed also, because I have it open on my PC as well.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Oh,
Their
the
true
monitor.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Where is
Stanley's
me?
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them.
The back
eternally
rooms?
monitored
Look
in
at
this
that.
place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control
I'm going to
facility,
see
it was
up
too
there, the back
horrible to
rooms.
believe it
That
couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was
Right,
this the only reason he
hurry
was
up.
happy
I
with his
must
boring job?
hastily
That his
complete the game.
emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He
I don't
couldn't
know actually
accept
if
it. His
the
own
regular
life
game is
in
beatable in
someone
this
else's
time.
control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Alright, come on.
Controls
I can do
labeled
this.
with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All
Almost
of it
there.
monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
Alright, this is essentially a cutscene now. So hopefully this doesn't take too long.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes!
It begins!
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay.
Alright, I'm looking back on the stream, and I don't believe I've done it in time.
From the machine's grasp. What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Open up
For
now!
it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or
Come on, it can't be much longer.
whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all
I'm going
he
to
needed
bang
to
the
know.
door down.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
Let's go, let's go.
Stepped
Let me out,
through
let me
the
out.
open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly
I don't
the
think
way,
I did it.
right
I
now,
think if I did, it gets
things were
awarded
meant to happen.
when I
And Stanley
get reset or
was
something.
happy.
Stanley was happy. Alright, I didn't do it. Let me check the trophies real quick. 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Not including load times. Maybe, perhaps, a different ending will take less time.
Stanley decided to go to the
That's
meeting room.
probably
Perhaps
the
he had
case, but I
simply
don't know
missed
if
memo.
a different ending counts as beating the game or not. But anyway, the ending that I
When
believe
Stanley
will be the
came to a
quickest
set of two open
entails
doors,
going
this
through
was
the
not
right
the
door.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
Maybe
he
if
wanted
I
to
knew the
stop by
keypad
employee
better.
lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was
Alright.
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
Okay,
years
I'm pretty
ago.
sure dying counts as an ending. I don't know.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Alright, that does not count as beating the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
just
he had
gonna-
simply missed a memo.
Try again to do the normal ending. Hey. Hey, that's... Hey. This is different. I think.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, do I wait for him to tell me the code or do I enter it on my own?
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad,
Oh,
Stanley
thank
pushes
you.
some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
How
Quelle
kind.
surprise.
He is helping in my speedrunning attempts.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And I did it hastily.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength
Alright,
to find out?
whoever's still watching the stream, do you think I'll do it in 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load
Now
times?
the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Alright, pop.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Alright, this might be the
Was this
one.
the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
While I
That his
looked,
emotions
while
had
I'm waiting
been
for the elevator to come, I
manipulated to
looked how long
accept
I've been
it
here on
by
stream. This might be it. Well, also stream is
No,
off because
he
it's
refused
delayed.
to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life.
Because, for example,
in
I'm
someone
already
else's
like almost at the
control?
top of the elevator.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
Well,
Was it
so it's
even
not that
possible?
far behind,
Had he
actually.
truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content.
Almost
Walking,
there.
eating, working.
I just
All
have
of
to
it
click
monitored
no.
and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that
Right.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated
No,
the
I just
machine.
need to wait for this door
Unshackled
to open.
himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries
Please
did this
open
strange
faster.
building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to
Alright,
him.
it's almost down.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Alright,
No
it
longer would
actually
anyone
needs to
tell
go a
him where
lot
to
down
go,
longer than it
what to
seems.
do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps
Come on.
the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I did. I stepped through the open door.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling
Right,
of
cutscene.
liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Please give me a trophy, please. Alright, I'm going to be standing still for just a second. I'm going to look up a tutorial on how to do this the fastest way. Alright. Just need to watch like a quick video to find out how to do this the fastest way. Truly a ad moment. I am going to become Dream from Minecraft Dream. Hold on, I'm going to go along with the video here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Door on his left.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, code. Is it gonna enter straight away?
Here's the door, just go.
Alright, that's cool.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Let's go.
Stanley thought to himself.
I am gaming right now.
Did he have the strength to find out. Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of
yeah,
an
I can climb up
employee in
here.
the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Right, there's no point.
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility was
Hurry
too
up.
horrible to believe. It couldn't be
I
true.
think
Had
I
Stanley
might
really been under
do it this
someone's
time.
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his
Oh,
emotions had been
there's a gap here.
manipulated
Oh
to
no,
accept
can't
it
do anything with that.
blindly?
Right, let's go.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad.
Alright,
or
I am
content.
currently synced up like
Walking,
exactly
eating,
with the guy I'm
working,
watching,
all
so
of it monitored and
if
commanded
this is
from
right, I
this
should
very
be getting
place.
it right
And as
now.
the cold reality of
Oh,
his
when I
past
reach the end,
began to
obviously.
sink in, Stanley
Right,
decided that
click
this
off.
was blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Alright,
And yet,
please
even
open
as the
faster.
immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had
I've
his
basically been...
co-workers gone?
Okay, I should be like
How had
perfectly
he been
synced with this
freed
guy right
from the
now.
machine's grasp?
It's going to
What
be
other
really
mysteries
close.
did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed
Like,
into the chamber,
have-
he realized
I have
none of this
20
mattered to
seconds.
him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal
Maybe a
had
bit
not
more
been to
because
understand,
there was a bit of the video where
but to let go.
also loading
No
times.
longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do.
Yeah, it's because I would have been
Whatever
losing right
life
now,
he
so
lives, it
it's
will
not over
be
yet, but I
his.
barely have any time.
And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps
Almost
the
open.
only thing worth knowing.
Let's go.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
Right, come on, give me the trophy. That would be so awesome.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
I
the
didn't
feeling
get
of
it.
liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Be sure to prepare the elevator right at the bus. Oh, so This is a chance. You can get it to. You can spawn
All
in
of his
a
co-workers
funny.
were gone.
What
What
the?
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Oh,
doors,
I probably
he
shouldn't have
entered the
wasted
door
that
on his
opportunity
left.
wherever I just spawned. Because I just got a good opportunity to do this fast.
Yet there was not a
I'm gonna reset again. Because I wasted that. Just prepare for a resetting montage. This is probably gonna get boring. Yeah, sorry about this. But I think it's maybe the only way to get this. Yes, I did it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
I'm
doors, he entered
gaming
the door
right
on
now.
his left.
Alright, if I do everything right, this should be the one.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, open the door for me, Naruto.
Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, jump on the desk.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many
That doesn't
individuals
work.
reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
It's probably getting boring watching the same thing happen over and
This
over, but
mind control
it's just to get
facility, it
trophy,
was too
obviously,
horrible
so...
to believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
Okay,
He
let's go.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded
let's set the
from
off
this
button.
very place. And as the
Again,
cold reality
slight
of his
delay,
past
so
began
I'm
to
slightly
sink in,
ahead than what you see on the
Stanley
stream.
decided that this machinery...
Off. I didn't press the off fast enough, but I hope I'll still be able to get this.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes.
Escape.
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
It's all
even
black.
as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Alright, this is it.
No longer would
Please,
anyone
please.
tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I did it!
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation,
Speed run.
the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Alright,
This
what
was
other
exactly
trophies
the
do I have
way,
to get?
right now, that things were
The entire... it has paused the broadcast, but I'm just checking out the trophies. Don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years. Play the Stanley Parable for an entire Tuesday and test trophy description.
to happen.
I sure do
Stanley
hope going to check the
was
trophies
happy.
there didn't, like, count as, like, didn't... I hope it didn't, like, make it so I'm not playing the game all day. That'd be terribly inconvenient. Alright, I'm not sure if speedrunning counts as its own ending, but if it does,
All of his
then I
co-workers
might
were
have the
gone.
new
What could it
content
mean?
door soon.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm still confused before when I spawn in, like, the, like, a blue room. It appears there are a lot of starting...
When Stanley came to a
Rooms.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let me into the broom closet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go out to his Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I'm in the broom closet.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
What about
No
those
reason to
suspiciously
still be
bright
here.
pliers?
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified
Broom
in some
closet
way.
ending.
As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
He's just standing there menacingly.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
The power of the broom closet is the friends we made along the way.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Broom closet. Maybe the secret ending is from this.
Its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending
broom
was
closet
my
ending?
favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
The broom closet ending was my favorite.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Uh,
He probably only got the job
hey,
because
that's
of
mean.
a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That
Aw.
all the drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted
Aw.
to drugs and hookers.
Oh. How mean.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You
Oh.
got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
in a
what
situation
happened.
like this, the responsible
Chat
thing
can
is to
confirm
alert
that I am
someone
now
nearby
dead and
so as to ensure
not
that your body
playing
is
the
taken
Stanley
care of
Parable.
before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have
I
fallen
am.
prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
I loved the
All right.
broom
When you've
closet
done that,
ending.
just step out into the hallway.
Oh, that's so awesome. I also want Rojo, but unfortunately I am playing the Stanley Parable. For anyone who doesn't know, Rojo is a glove and slap battles. How do you get it? And stuff.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. Is that it?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his
Oh,
boss.
do you kill it with,
admitting
like,
he had
the
left
cube?
His post during work hours. He might be
okay,
fined
that's...
for that.
that
And in
seems
such a
doable.
competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe
Hey,
I am
I'm going in a
crazy.
loop.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it
Oh,
made
yeah,
any
that's
logical
why it's hard
sense.
to get to
And
the
as Stanley
cube.
pondered this, he began to make
I
other
have been
strange
slapped by Reaper and
observations.
Nightmare
For
before at
example,
once.
why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter,
Narrative's
these
making
rooms were
some good
starting to look
points.
pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
I'm in a time loop.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought
Hello,
to himself,
Pax,
I suppose I'll
is
wake
it
up
just
soon.
me, or do these
I'll have to go
rooms
back to my
seem
boring
quite familiar?
real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
No way, I'm levitating.
He imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared.
What this?
It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm
The
doing?
voices in my head are getting louder and louder
Now
every
the
day.
voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now.
Speaking of sleep, I'm not going to be getting much of that if this is 24 hours long.
These words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all,
Imagine like the trophy doesn't work or something. It would be so awesome.
Did the voice not see him float and make
would,
the
in
magical
fact,
stars
not.
just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he
Naruto, I
was
have
in
changed my
control,
mind. You can
that
let me
this
out
was
now.
a
It's
dream.
okay.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Whoa.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Sentence to
Let
black
me
screen.
wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue
Michael,
pushing
don't
the
leave me
buttons.
here.
Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife,
Untrue.
and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley.
Music,
I have a boss.
but
I have
like
an office.
evil?
I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my
Spontaneous
voice?
combustion.
Who am I? Who am I?
And everything went black.
Wait, how far back is the stream right now?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Huh?
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself.
Stanley,
Then
no!
collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Stanley
And
has
although
died.
She would turned to go call for an ambulance.
Pax
for just a
chaos
few
happened while you
brief
were away.
moments, She considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was
Stanley has
comforting
passed
to
out on the
think
floor.
this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only
How
a
shocking.
moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
He basically like passed out because he had a dream that he was stuck in an infinite loop and gaming. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I can't wait to tell this story to my
What?
co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh,
What?
won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
What the girl? I've unlocked the new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Oh, look. Never seen before content. Alright, which way? No, I want to go that way. No,
Hello,
no.
and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
You're welcome.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013
Okay, that
on
you're
home
welcome
computers.
doesn't make sense because the stream's delayed, but...
After receiving critical and commercial
I
success,
think
it was
the video is
expanded upon
delayed,
in
but I don't know if my voice
2022
is delayed.
with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for
Alright,
consoles
the next
and home
time
computers.
I see any... Alright, I'm looking down, so
The Stanley
immediately
Parable
as I
Ultra
look up,
Deluxe
I'm
features
going to say a
exciting new
word,
content
and that
broadens
word
and
will be
expands the world of the
fish.
Stanley Parable,
And when I say
delighting
that,
audiences the
tell me if
world
you hear
over.
it when I look up, or before
Please,
that.
step inside and see what thrilling
Fish.
new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
Alright, so like,
I'm very
is
excited
my
to see
voice
the
delayed
thrilling new Ultra
with the video,
Deluxe
or is
content.
only the video delayed?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I've been abducted.
Is it broken? What's going on here?
I can't move.
Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new
Here we
content.
go,
I've
go,
never
go,
been
go
more ready.
on
Let's
an
do it.
adventure.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay.
Let's see the content. Give me the content,
Content.
Stanley.
Guys.
All
No way.
right. All right, let's see. It's the jump server.
Let's go. I can jump now. After all this time spamming X and being unable to jump. Finally, a revolutionary feature. Guys, I am pressing X to jump right now. Let's go. Oh, that was all my jumps I had. It wasn't how many jumps I had to do. I have ran out of jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole
scouting
dictionary.
my
There's
room
20
for
hours of new
spiders.
content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait,
1,000 hours
there's
would be
more.
good, since I am
Very
playing for
good.
24 hours and that will probably get
I
boring.
knew there had to be something else. Let's see
Oh,
it.
let's go.
I'm ready for whatever it is.
What the gaming?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see,
Michael,
Stanley?
don't leave me
This
here.
is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their
I'm
fan base
gonna
rush
sit on
a
a
cheap
chair now.
expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance
I know how to get
department
that one.
signed
It's
off on
written
this?
in my book
I'm
of
infuriated and I'm
test
offended, and I
of how to
intend to
get
find these
trophies,
people
I
on
mean.
Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
This
I built
is
up
my
too much
home
anticipation
now.
around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Okay. Sentence to game restart. What the skibbity Ohio Riz Brimashake? This isn't my house.
Psst. Stanley!
Among Us.
Come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I'm venting, I'm Among Us.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's
Whoa.
developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's
This
where I've
is
been storing
so
all my
awesome.
favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Alright, back to gaming. I just needed to message quickly.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how
Whoopee.
wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013?
Wait, what does
when
it
the
say if
game
you're playing on
originally
a
launched?
different
Back then,
platform?
video games had integrity. Back
'Cause
then,
PlayStation
it all
port.
meant something. Oh, the waste.
I love buying pressurized gas.
And
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
What?
Like this stunning
What do you-
triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
on PlayStation, it's
"We're
just
so
like a
many
built-in
games that
feature where you
aspire to
can
be
just
more
like
than games end up
stream
less than any
with
form
the
of art.
PlayStation.
Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
Like all I
Did
have
you
to do
hear
is
that,
link my
Stanley?
YouTube account,
Every
and then I can
game
just
ever
like
created. That's how grand
basically,
and all-encompassing
if I just open
the
like the
original
recording
Stanley
thing,
Parable was.
it just
It was
has
literally
start
every
streaming.
game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was
And
Persona
obviously, it's
3.
more
It was
limited
all
than
of them.
if you were
And
streaming
now
on PC or something.
it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
How do you
It's
stream on
just a
Xbox
husk
then?
now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That's Stanley. Oh, how inconvenient.
Here's another moving passage.
Epic
this
gaming
time
review
from
on
GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly
GameSpot, is it?
stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games
I
and
was
one
only
that
3
offers some
when
of the
this
most
came out,
enjoyable,
so
surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10.
It's
Don't
been
you
an
get
hour
it,
and
Stanley?
5 minutes
the
so
game
far.
was
I'm only like
perfect. It didn't need
I'm-
anything else. It
yeah,
didn't need
GameSpot.
new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done.
Ew,
And
the
you couldn't
French
even do that.
flag,
Couldn't
kill
resist
it.
the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise. These were simpler times, Stanley.
hey,
What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
the serious room. Alright, how do I bet I can do some epic parkour to get up here. I don't think I can do some epic parkour to get up there. Oh, the maintenance room has opened.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Or the
Oh,
goober.
no. Oh, God, no, Stanley.
Pressurized
It's
gas.
a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being
Oh
collected
no,
down
we've come
here.
into the evil
Surely
zone.
these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
That's a
Honestly,
Steam
I
review,
could not
right?
be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny,
Untrue.
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
I love that they reacted to reviews in the
Trying to be
game.
funny.
That's so
I'm trying
funny
to
to
make a
me.
serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Not another review.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if
Perhaps.
I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
You
This is
are.
actually quite shocking for me. I always, well,
think-
to be honest, I had always thought of the game's
I'm
dialogue
not
as
entirely
being
sure
rather
what that word
terse
means. I
to
think I
begin
have an
with.
idea.
You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to
but
get
I'm
it
not
to feel
entirely
as light
sure.
and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Look at all these containers
These
of
black marks on my
pressurized gas.
otherwise
Imagine
unimpeachable
if someone
track
opened it,
record.
it would spontaneously
I feel
combust everywhere.
Like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remember. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's
Now,
happening.
that's
I
a
wish
good
there
point.
was a skip button. A skip button? Well,
No,
well,
no,
yes.
it's
Yes, I think we can
disappearing.
do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my
Hello.
motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Hello, Mr. Plank. Thank you for being convenient.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
Haha, the stream sorted 69. Yeah, that's what I'm actually going to find out.
So on and so forth, until inevitably, until the
I
end
am
of
going
time,
to not skip.
at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000
So true.
years, until just yesterday.
This might help
here and there,
maybe
forward and
pass
back,
the
and never a
time.
moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only
this.
thing there is. How many billions
like
left until
1
so
hour
much
and 10
more than
minutes
forever ago? Which is
right
why
now.
I say the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245.
I think
But
the
logic of
narrator is onto
elimination working
something here.
backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
No, I'm pretty sure
can't
it's
be.
different.
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore
Oh,
by
yeah.
becoming it is,
I think it
so on
is.
and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations.
See, I was
on the
listening,
nature
but
of
you just
choice
started
in video
repeating
games.
yourself.
Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less
I
of a
wonder, because
rumination
I have
and
24
more of a
hours to get
treatise.
viewers,
Or
so
maybe a
through
mini
24
Fistule.
hours, I wonder what
Look,
what
I'll
I will
outline it
keep
for you very
on
briefly, and
viewers
you can
on
tell me
this.
what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person...
Indeed.
Well, there's sport. You really did catch me
Indeed.
rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button
Indeed.
has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That
Ah.
last one was, well...
No,
I wanna
Michael,
say
don't
maybe
leave me here.
30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's... Well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking. Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been
Okay.
12 hours. You've just been
I
frozen there.
won't.
I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's
Yeah.
completely gone.
I'm going to begin the game
Looked at
again.
it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long
There's
I'll
only
be
one
made
way
to
to find
sit
out.
here. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's
The
just
noise.
how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel
What's
like
that
what we've
big
already been
glowing
doing?
light?
Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same
What's
at all.
that light
It isn't
source?
even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
Yes. Naruto? I'm sorry. Ow. Please cease with your noise making. Ow.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant
Yeah.
to speak to the human condition.
Indeed.
But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a
He
lack
is
of
plotting
cohesion in
right
one's
now.
assessment of others. But of
He
course,
can continue
absolutely.
plotting without me. Oh. I'm sorry, Naruto. So real.
The end is never the end, is never the end.
Loading screen reference.
Is never the end, is never the end.
The end is never the end, the end is never the end.
End is never the end, is never the end, is...
I feel bad slightly. That's not good. Probably. I want to go. Whoa. Bro, thinky Portal 2. Like, this kind of looks like Portal 2. Oh, grass. It's definitely Portal 2. I'm food. I can survive. Hey. You thought I wouldn't catch you being 2D. Hey, give me my plants back. There is silly noises. Silly noises, silly. No, I don't like the silly. What happened? Oh god, it's so bright. What if I skipped again? Pitby, Bluey, Ohio. I think this is a reference to the desert from Minecraft, since Minecraft did invent deserts. It appears that the end is never the end.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
What? What are you plotting, Naruto? Whoa.
Oh, good. You
More new
noticed my
content.
sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
They made a sequel to new content. Whoa. Well, what if I went this way?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
So true.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh! Plot! He's plotting. He has plotted.
Yes, you see? Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why
The
there are so many
Stanley Parable
possibilities?
2.
It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly
The two
been
doors are
asking
back.
for.
No way. 2 brains, 2 plants.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra
Stanley
Deluxe.
Parable.
What does it even
Stanley
mean?
Parable.
But the
2.
Stanley Parable 2.
Look,
Now that's an
2.
artistic
Because
statement
it's the Stanley
right
Parable.
there.
2
It's
eyes,
future-oriented.
2
it screams
ears,
progress
2
and
nostrils,
innovation
2 arms,
and long-term
2 legs,
franchising potential.
2
Now, to be
lungs.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly
2.
the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy
Look
magic
at the
than
Stanley
anything
Parable 2.
scientific or logical, really.
It's the Stanley Parable.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The gym button. Come on. I'm rapidly approaching your location.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be
the best button
individually
size?
recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of
guys,
the person
this right
playing
here.
the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry,
Jim.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Alright, getting in the character.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Hello
I want you
everybody,
to
it's
imagine
Jim.
yourself
Today we
living
are
as
playing
Jim,
the Stanley Parable.
sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and
Jim.
Whoa, hold on.
No, wait, they
I
added
wasn't
me in the
finished
game.
setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
Alright, got it.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
From the top.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim.
Well, how can I press the
feel
Jim
it
button
in your
then?
soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am.
If so, then please step
My name
forward
is
and
Jim.
press the button.
Jim.
No way, no way.
Yes, you see, what a thrill, what
They
a
added
rush.
me in
That
the
was
game.
you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Alright, let's hear my name again.
It
Jim.
hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal value.
I need the Jim button.
There, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Jim.
I'm putting the Jim button away.
Jim.
Otherwise, soon
Jim.
you'll start to
Jim.
lose all sense of who you actually are.
No, Jim. Come back, Jim. No. Who is Jim? What was I saying about Jim? Ah. Alright, I am Cogemz. I'm not Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would
Epilogue?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Alright, oh my god. No way. Look at that. Alright, no way. Alright, here begins test
Now,
trophy.
here's
Please
something
ignore.
special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley,
that's
but I
kinda...
guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding
test
this
trophy.
feature.
Please ignore
Gamers,
for me.
we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Maybe one day.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles. What's that light?
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines.
Could it
and
be?
what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up.
Whoa.
You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Stanley figure. Oh, let's go! Stanley figure!
God, it really is the
Well,
worst when
I'm
you collect everything
already
in a video
pretty
game,
content.
and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Hashtag, I am at 5. Alright, let's see. Theoretically. Right, so that's that way. Infinite hole is K, meaning... Alright, so if I wanted to get... I need to go through here. Settings, world champion.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think
Whoa.
that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Hold on.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
No!
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Hey. Oh.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
No, please give me jumps back. Settings world champion is... Hold on, where was office decorations? That was 3. Hold on. Settings World. I mean, I already have the Settings World Champion trophy. Match. The end is never the end again. The t-shirt. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I think it is. If there's actually merch, I want that one in the middle. Oh, it's the Stanley Parable Adventure line. Whoa. Hey, what
the common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Here it is,
It's
the main star of the show.
Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the
well,
bucket
see,
is
the glass casing. Alright. Bro, that sounded like heavy
Can you feel
TF2.
it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be
Oh,
sweeping
it
through
literally
your body.
is the glow
And
of
in
comfort.
fact,
It
can I
seems
say that I do believe
that
the bucket lends you an air
a
of
slight
charisma
light
as well.
source, maybe,
I
or
think that
just
just
reflecting
holding it
light.
has made you the slightest
Yeah,
bit
just
more
reflecting.
attractive as a person. The
Well, this
benefits of the
is
bucket
very
seem to go on and
reassuring.
on, don't
I
they?
am
All this and
safe to
more
say I'm
await
reassured.
you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I'm going to screenshot your NFT. I just took a screenshot because it said no screenshots. Alright, infinite hole. I have my reassurance bucket. Indeed. Wait, this is an infinite hole. If I jump in the infinite hole, I'm not going to be able to get out.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Maybe...
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious
Not really,
concoctions, if I do say so.
I'm actually
Now then,
trapped now.
since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue
how nice.
onward.
Maybe there's something at the bottom.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my
they
ideas
added
for the
a
sequel.
roof. What's down there? This is so new content. I am getting new content right now. Oh, the settings world champions up here. I have the trophy. Right, wiped my save data after I got that trophy. Alright. This might take a minute, but it's another way to pass the time, I guess. But anyway. Yeah. Need to go through every setting. Alright. Don't mind me, just settings. Also, I can't just like go as fast as I did to get them before, because then it doesn't count. Truly a reticle size moment. I'm pretty sure this is the longest slider. I am a settings world champion. I mean, why? Why would I add you on PlayStation? Not being rude or anything, just literally for what reason? Yeah, impossible. Actually, there have been multiple viewers here for a while, but also I don't know why they asked me to add them on PlayStation, because first of all, I have no idea who their name is, and second of all, yar. I am truly a settings world champion. Waving emoji. I am so yeah, I already have this trophy, but then like I reset all my game data, so I kept the trophy like on PlayStation, but not like in the game's like save file. So I'm having to do it again to unlock the settings world champion door, which is rather inconvenient because going through all the settings is slightly annoying. And you have to make sure you don't do it too fast as well, which yeah. Alright, I should have just unlocked the settings world champion door. Let me just reset the settings to default. Yep. Invert on. Hello. I said default settings. Absolute meanie head. Maybe I will turn it on perhaps. Alright, give me the settings world champion door. For I have just... Let's go! Oh my god, I love that. I'm a settings world champion. Bro, I can't believe they put Jared in the game. I know, so unbelievable. Look at my trophy. Hold on, let me check my book. Alright. We do a little exploring. Hold on. Alright. The map. Alright, exit. Epilogue, been there. Okay. Whoa, that's such a great Roblox game. So awesome. Alright. Exit is E.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move
I've
on
seen
now?
everything that I can see. No way, they put a picture of Stanley. I am going to take a screenshot.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I
Yes.
know it's not exactly clear yet how
I'm
exactly
very
these features will
content
come
with
together
this.
as one single
it's very
coherent
new feature.
video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an
Is this the-
experiment.
hey.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Woohoo! No way, I have jumps.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much
Behold.
better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
Oh,
and I
it's
do very much
awesome.
enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to
Drumroll.
love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
No way. It's like the settings, but more cool. It's Stanley Parable 2.
This is the story of a man,
Of a man named Stanley.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
This is
Though he had
truly
been
one of
made
Stanley's
exactly
parables.
for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Oh?
Something that would forever change Stanley.
Something
he would
peculiar?
never quite forget.
Stanley
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to
How
follow.
devious.
No one had showed up to give him instructions.
Oh, there's
call
like a
meeting,
bigger
or
cutscene now.
even
That's
say hi.
truly a Stanley
Never
Parable
in
2.
all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, just scouting my room for spiders again. Quickly, I regularly do that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Could it be?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Hey! I lost my new content.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley.
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Trollish. Alright. Next Stanley figurine.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
It did.
Stanley
Oh, whoopsies,
clutched the
I walked
bucket
in the
tightly
wrong
to his
door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
I think
Had the
it's
bucket
right.
turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Alright, Pax, watch
Stanley
this.
took the door on his left to go back
I'm
to
going
the
to
meeting
become
room.
a parkour god.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Absolute parkour god.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Oh, let's go. Absolutely gaming.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away.
I
as
am
Stanley
collecting
embraced the bucket.
Stanlerines right now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
got
to
3
his...
so
This
far.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
What a
Stanley did
kind
not
bucket.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and
Okay.
properly. So much of the impact of
Let me
the story
get the
is
next
dependent
Stanley
on your
figurine
understanding of
collectible.
what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Uh-oh. Oh no. No, this isn't where I want it to go.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay.
Let's begin.
Alright, time to find out.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
I believe so.
Incorrect. It
What?
is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh. Oh, see, now
Item
that
2.
one's gotta be a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
What, can I... Okay, I'm gonna...
Incorrect. It is
Oh.
a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
That's a storyline. I think
Item
I am
3.
literally Stanley.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh. So what is a bucket?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that
It's
tills
a
the
bucket.
earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Now. This is
this
a
a
bucket.
bucket?
Let's go.
This is a bucket.
I got one right. Finally.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Oh. It's not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know
A
what?
bucket.
I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Not my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear?
I was right. Everything is a bucket.
Everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here.
Yes,
You're
I
not a
eat
bucket
buckets
either.
regularly.
Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease
Since,
right now. It's
after all,
delightful to get some clarity
buckets
on
are
this.
everything,
And it
as
doesn't
confirmed
change the
by
fact
me and the
we
narrator.
haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything, and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
What?
And we'll know
Everything,
that it's
everything.
all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Please don't eliminate my everything. I'd like to keep everything, please. Alright, the balloons are still here. Oh, let's go! Alright,
When
hopefully
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting
I can
room,
do this
and
now
Stanley knew it perfectly
without
well. Perhaps
being
he wanted to
harassed.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
We thought about
Standing
maybe
now
that
in
I
his
wanted a
incredible
figurine.
room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so
hated
bad
it,
at following
sorry.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
Do
but
you
the fact
do you want
is
to
that the
see a
story
pro
has
gamer
been about
move?
nothing but... What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that
Alright,
convinced that I want something bad
bring
to
me
happen
into
to
a
you?
bucket game
Why,
show this time.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Oh, let's go.
Lately, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. Now listen.
What do you think is better, the Stanley Parable or the Stanley Parable 2? Cause Stanley Parable 2 is seeming so awesome and so cool. I can't
All of his
believe that I
co-workers
bought
were
2 games
gone.
in one.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Correct. Ah. That was scary for some reason.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Whoa.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp, money, 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 money. No
Here's
way.
the door, just go.
Final Stanley thingy.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This
Whoa,
is
not
a
the
real
last
accomplishment.
Stiggly Wiggly,
This is
finally.
doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Alright. I am plotting.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Alright, I'm
What
gonna
horrible
do my
secret
epic
did this
skip
place
again.
hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength
Never
to
mind.
find out?
Oh well, I did it, but it's the thing already got here.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Alright, look, I'm
Their
gonna
true
look for the
nature
back
revealed.
rooms.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
There,
And
up there, do you see
Stanley,
it?
one of
It's
them,
it's that one
eternally
back rooms
monitored
level.
in this place where freedom
453
meant
on
nothing.
screen 453.
This mind control
The
facility,
back rooms
it was
at
too
3
horrible to believe.
a.m..
It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life
this parable is very
utterly
Stanley
blind to the
filled.
world?
I wonder if there will be a gaming up here.
But
Due
here
to
was
the
the
fact
proof,
that...
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled
Does that
with
room look
emotions,
different, or is it just
happy,
me?
or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working,
No, it was just
all
the
of it
screen.
monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that...
Alright. That was such a new content-filled story.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command.
What a gaming
Freedom
god
was
I
mere
am.
moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none
Well,
of this
I will never
mattered to
know,
him,
as I am now
for
going
it
to make
was
my
not
hasty
knowledge or
escape.
even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives,
Right,
it
I
will
should
be
get the
his.
epilogue here and be
And
able
that
to
was
go
all he needed
back to
know.
the new content
It was
expo.
perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right
This
now,
is a
that
bucket.
things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Alright, epilogue. Hey, that wasn't very epilogue of you. What
Stanley,
the?
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just
Rose
the most
trapped me.
intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Okay.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh,
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
we're in the memory zone. Look how memory this is. Stanley.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Huh?
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you
A
had 3 of
Mars
them.
vent.
I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Wait, so do I go through the vent?
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a
Huh?
Figley in this pink room. Oh well,
No.
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was a 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly.
Michael.
In fact, because this one
Don't
is
leave it here.
particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
No way.
Enjoy.
This is so awesome. Well, that's because I never actually found it in the pink room, so I didn't get it because it was lies. That was so awesome.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Did I make a mistake not getting the pink, Oh. Yeah, I should have got the pink
And
one.
then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here
Yeah,
behind
I
the boss's
only
office.
have 11.
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I have still not been to the blue and red room.
And then
Whoa.
there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we
What?
can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Stanley Reen.
Okay, yes. The back of the boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Alright.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we
Michael,
watched?
don't leave me here. Ah. The video jump scare.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Watch this. Never mind.
This was our second Figley, don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The new content. The jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Alright,
In fact,
into the office.
Oh, yes.
Two
the
doors.
2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
The beginning.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Oh, the stream
Is there
quality
anything
just
else?
dropped heavily.
Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Also, I don't know when, but when I started this stream, I realized I hit 60 subscribers.
Yes,
so
I'm
thank you
remembering something
guys
now.
for
I
60
remember
subscribers.
before
That
this
is
whole story got started.
awesome.
Back then I was
Thank you.
I was different. I used to make big decisions.
I don't know
was
what I'll do
passionate.
for
I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with
100
profound
subscribers, but as
thoughtfulness.
Robin says
And
in the movie
somewhere
Teen
along
Titans
the
Go
way,
to the
I
movies,
stopped making
it would be
decisions.
so awesome.
I became lazy.
It would be
I
so
came up
cool.
with, well,
You know the
a
rest.
character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back.
Are we going to
how it
rewind
used to
before
be.
the game was created?
Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but it truly was so
what
much
thing?
fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run at the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story.
If I'm
so
being
very
honest, I
much.
have no idea what you
Okay,
are referring
Here
to.
we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, that's probably why I don't remember it. What, the paper?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That would be gaming. Who put
When
paper
Stanley came to
everywhere?
a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, that could be done on a live stream, but first I need people to actually... First I
Here's the
need
door,
viewers
just
to view
go.
it. Because despite my amount of subscribers, which obviously I get, not everyone's on time, the most I've ever got on a stream is like 3, maybe 5 viewers actually, I can't remember. I think I got some more on the Spider-Man stream, but 3 is like, usually, 3 is like the average viewers I have on a stream.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking also, but I don't know what exactly we could do for that. And
The lights
also,
rose on an enormous room packed with television
who-
screens.
yeah,
What
I guess.
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Also, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing here.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one
back
of them,
rooms.
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
What would we do though? Would we like
This mind control
record it in
facility,
Roblox or
it was
something?
Too horrible to believe.
I
It
don't know
couldn't be
exactly how
true.
exciting you could
Had
make
Stanley
that.
really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only
Oh,
reason he
yeah.
was happy with his boring
Did
job?
you have any
That his
idea how long that would
emotions
take?
had
Like, do you
been
know how many
manipulated to
different
accept
routes
it
there are?
blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
Because there's like...
Was it even possible?
Alright, first of all, you could go through the left door to get to the end. And then you could go through the left door to get to the regular end, and then press the time machine, the mind control machine button on, which is a different ending. Or you could press off, which is basically like the regular ending. Or you could go through the right door, but then decided to go back through the left door and then click the on, or you could click the off. Or when you go through the right door, you could go into the factory room instead of going back on track. There's like so many possibilities, and that's only like 2 like different ones. Alright, I have got to this end
and a rising chill of
so many
uncertainty.
times now,
Was it over?
but I think I played the story what I had to do.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
How many times have I
Unshackled
seen this
himself
door
from
open
someone
though
else's
now?
command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives,
Well, I don't think probably anyone read Attack of the Noobs, which was the old Roblox book, but what if I made some non-canon interactive Attack of the Noobs book? Like taking your interactive idea, but having Attack of the Noobs. I don't know. I don't know if that many people would be interested in that.
Of the new path
Or like,
before him. This was exactly the way.
Yeah, if you want.
Now, that things were meant to happen, and Stanley was happy.
Yeah. Well, just stay here, because I think... Just stay for 1 more minute, because I think I might be about to get a different path, but yeah, you don't have to stay if you don't want, also.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Yeah, you can still leave if you want, though.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
But I've
Stanley
collected
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
all the
and
figures.
entered the door on his left.
I think I've gone off
Still
track.
no one was here. Stanley needed the
getting the
bucket's warmth and
figures.
comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's
I might
office
have
was
messed
where
up
he'd
here.
find answers. Coming to a staircase,
Right,
Stanley
I'm
and the
going
bucket
to
walked upstairs
test.
to the boss's office.
Alright, no Stanley figurines down there.
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
Right,
Stanley
well-
may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for
Yeah,
the
go if
soothing
you want,
presence
because I
of the
don't...
bucket.
I think I might have
Even now,
messed up that
in his
ending.
darkest of hours, did the bucket's
Maybe
warmth
if you-
and guiding light
if later,
pierce
though,
the
you could
dark
come back
clouds
if you
of
want.
confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it.
Me
The two of
when
them
no
were
epilogue.
inseparable. At this point, Stanley
All
was
right,
so
bye.
absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 28. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty,
Alright,
he would
hopefully
be all right.
I
The bucket
do
is here for you,
end
Stanley.
up having the epilogue.
Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
I think
door
maybe the
that
problem
read,
before was I needed the
Mind
bucket.
Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh, alright. Upon further research, the epilogue is in the main menu. The epilogue is not in the main menu. Well, I think I had to do it directly after the figurine ending.
This is the...
I
All
might
his
have messed
co-workers
up
were
a
gone.
lot.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm locked out of the new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, can I get in the executive bathroom? Alright.
Here's the door, just go.
Here's the Stanley figurine here. It is not. Alright. Maybe once I complete this, there it will be the epilogue thing if I go to the menu after this.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Alright,
Stanley, one of
please,
them,
please, can
eternally monitored in this place
I hope the
where
epilogue's in the
freedom
main
meant
menu now.
nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible
I've
to
done the
believe
same
it
ending
couldn't
so
be
many
true.
times.
Had Stanley really been under someone's
If I
control all this
can try
time?
find a better
Was
one.
this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Alright.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Sorry,
But
to
as
whoever is
sunlight
watching, I'm
streamed into the
probably
chamber,
boring you
he
now.
realized none of this mattered to him.
And yes,
For it was
it's
not
because
knowledge or even power that he
I
had been
am
seeking,
rather foolish.
but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
Right, so I escape
That
here
was all he needed
and
to
reset.
know.
The epilogue should be
It
at
was
the main
perhaps
menu, and if it's
the
not,
only thing worth knowing.
then I don't know how I'm
Stanley
gonna get back
stepped
to
through
this.
the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Right, now quit to menu. Come on, epilogue. What the? Well, I needed to do it directly after the ending with the figurines, which I can no longer get because I already got all the figurines.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now I'm just gonna get a different ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew
And
it
see if
perfectly
that helps
well.
at all.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Among Us.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording. It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Ah.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Right, now that I just got another ending, I'm gonna test. No epilogue still.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I
Stanley decided to go
messed
to
up.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can't get back to the new content area.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I think that's the way. That does look though.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Door.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
How
Please,
mini head of Stanley.
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Okay.
She's been waiting.
Right, last time I unplugged it, so this
You need to be the
time
one to do this.
I'm going
reach
to
out
answer the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and
appear.
tell me all about your
Jump scare.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, In his mind, he can go on
I
fantastic
am trapped
adventures.
for a
From
million,
behind his
billion
desk,
years.
Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Oh no, it's becoming my office.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, the extra room again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open...
Right, I'm gonna test for an epilogue now. Well, I don't know how to get back
This is the story.
To the new content room, and that's a problem.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh no, I got locked out.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No.
But Stanley just couldn't
do
it.
Oh no, I've been here
He considered
before.
the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy...
I've already done that bit. I forgot about it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh. It's the Stanley Parable
You see,
Adventure
your
Line.
friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's
So
do it.
awesome.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh, the Adventure Line music again.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer,
Control
you'd see that its
vibration
desire to
and
crush buckets is so
screen
densely
vibration
loaded with
also.
complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I tried. Bucket destroyer. Hello.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so
The
much
bucket destroyer
potential.
has been
We
bucket
were going to do
destroyed.
such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
So sad.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought
Hello.
everyone had gone missing. Stanley went around touching the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Right, I'm gonna try to go
said the bucket.
through that vent
Don't
over
go
there
to the
again.
meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Except this
The
time I have
cargo
a
lift,
bucket.
yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden
Bucket.
ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Bucket destroyer. Uh-oh.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna try going downstairs with the bucket this time.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
It's different.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would...
Not again.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical
common
explanation.
bucket W. It appears that the stream has been pretty low quality for a while, from what I can see.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Here we go, bucket.
As the machine whirled into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Alright. Back here, except this time I have a bucket.
Such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Where did my bucket go?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
I'm sorry, I can't turn off my PlayStation.
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Okay. Oh, the paper.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is this... Do I have the epilogue now? No. Of course not. And I've lost my paper.
What could it mean?
I'm not sure if it has any significance or not.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about... But in his eagerness to...
I missed. That was an accident.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Yes.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and
Not another
running
one
and
of
running,
these.
just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here,
No.
let me show you.
Please don't. Alright, I thought you were gonna restart the game, so I'm glad he didn't.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here. No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? No! Oh, thank God you lived. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wondered, do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me? I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
Stanley Parable and stuff. Sorry, I haven't talked in a while. I just can't think of much to say, and also I'm getting slightly bored, but I can't exactly stop.
Is it over?
Because of my goal here.
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
To be honest, all I want to do is go back to the
But
new
eager to get
content
back to
area
business,
because
Stanley
I
took
was
the
trying to get a
first open door on
trophy.
his left.
And I lost my progress on that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you...
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Oh no.
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this
Sorry,
is what you wanted to
Naruto.
see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Well, I appear to be trapped. Okay, maybe epilogue now? No, still no epilogue. Alright, I was gonna restart anyway.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Alright, I'm gonna
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
get
had
back
simply
to that
missed a memo.
point, except not go through that same door again. Oh, the boxes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why... I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see?
Alright,
There's
just
nothing
this
here.
bit again.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead,
Right,
Stanley.
go
Take
through
it
the
for a spin.
first time.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell
Then
me
I'm
about
gonna
your
rate it
experience
4
with this
again.
new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Alright,
In this game,
Whoa.
the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Go on, small
I think
child.
the Outworld will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
So, theoretically, what if I did play this for 4 hours? Alright, due to the annoyingness of this child, I'm gonna like mute my mic, and then I'm gonna do this for 4 hours and see what happens. So I'm probably just gonna scroll through TikTok, and I'm basically just gonna be pressing X and being not active on the stream, so I guess see.
Stanley. Just 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. for the long haul, although I find it hard not to believe you're simply running a program to click the button over and over automatically, which kind of ruins the point of the game, don't you think? Wouldn't that take the art out of it? You can tell me in your post-playtest analysis. hope you weren't expecting more regular intervals of commentary from me, but that's not why you're here, is it? You're here for the game, for the art, for the endlessly spiraling sense of pointlessness and despair. Yes, this is what drives your every action. Keep clicking that button. For hope, for freedom, for science, for love. Don't ever, ever stop. I've been spending the last 2 hours here embroiled in thought, and it's occurred to me, this game is incomplete. It's missing something. It still doesn't have that oomph. What is it, I thought to myself? What could possibly be missing from this incredible experience? And then in a moment of rapture, as though delivered by angels, it came to me. Before this moment, I was blind, but those days are behind us. I now understand the true manifestation of this game. It needs a puppy. That's right. This puppy is being lowered toward an aquarium filled with nothing but piranha. Now you have to click the second button to alert the puppy's death, in addition to the babies. This is it, Stanley. Art! I did it! Video games are art! Ah, but you have only 2 hours or so to go, so I'll just let you get to that. No time to waste when there is such a meaningful game to be played. Bonne chance, mon ami!
I hate this game. Oh god. Not to mention all the sounds, the dog barking, the baby crying, and then the button hiding, this annoying noise like the man. I've only been doing like 1 minute, it feels like I've been doing an hour, I hate this. Alright. I've had too many close calls already. No. Please do not go into the fire. God, my eye is itchy, like, I have to, like, pause the game fully just to do anything. Oh god. This game, not 1 but 2 hours of this. I don't know how I'm gonna balance that. Oh god, that was too close. no, no, no. Alright, I've already been doing it for 5 minutes. That's not bad. Maybe it would help if I had, like, music in the background or something. Perhaps, but that would probably be annoying for anyone watching. Getting myself into when I said, hey, what would happen if I actually clicked on the baby button for 4 hours? A moment of still, they instantly moving again, which is not nice. That's a meaty happy. He's in a bucket. He's in the Stanley Parable bucket. Alright, that's like another 5 minutes down. This is surprisingly difficult. Slightly slower than the baby, but it seems like the dog has less to drop. Oh no. No, Turkey. Alright, just taking a minute break. Actually, it goes by pretty fast once you're used to it. Alright. Time to keep this dumb thing going. one's watching anyway, but if anyone watches after this, yeah, very often not talking because, obviously, you can, I mean, it probably looks kind of easy, but it's really hard, and I'm concentrating, so that's why I'm not talking much. I've got to scratch my neck. I thought that was the end of the video. Alright. Taking another break. Alright. Here we go. Yeah. Much up. Very good. Come back. Oh my god. He was like fully in the fire there. I had like a terrible streak though. Like bad so many times in a row. With so many button presses. He caught on fire for a moment there. But it's fine. You'll get better. It appears at this point, with the timing I have, the God is more forgiving. Because the baby is dying a lot more, but that's maybe because of the button placement. A bit better. Don't worry, man. I've been babysitting your child just fine. I just was taking a moment to check the time. This is really exhausting. Well, not physically exhausting or anything, obviously, but like, it's hard to do. That's why I keep taking breaks. been streaming. In 5 minutes, I'll have been streaming for 6 hours as well, so yeah. Got on fire for just a second. He's fine. He's been banned in the same place so many times now. He's basically immune. He's fine. Silly baby. When you hear the crying consistency change, you can tell it's beginning to burn, but that's when I rush for the button as fast as possible. Sorry for so frequent breaks, but this is getting exhausting at this point. Anyway, I'm having another break. Alright. No. Pershing, baby. God. Oh, my PC went off, so I can't monitor the stream. Right.
Good to see both the puppy and the baby are still alive. It warms my heart to see how deeply the message of this game has resonated with you. I can only imagine the joy welling up in your chest, the sheer joy of such pure distilled life essence flowing through your veins. It must be amazing. I'm jealous of you, truly I am. No, seriously. I'm deeply envious of your position at this very moment.
Okay, I could barely hear what you said over the sound of the baby crying and the dog barking and the buttons booping. Alright, I think that was an indicator that was like an hour ago, maybe? Because I know at 2 hours is when I get the dog. And you need to do this for 4 hours, so probably the narrator talking was an indicator of the 3-hour mark, so only 1 hour left of button pressing left to go. Yawn. Ah, puppy. Alright. Again, sorry for so many breaks. time gets slower and slower every time I check. It's horrible. I'm taking another break, and this one might be longer than just like a few minutes because I am getting like severely annoyed at this now. It's horrible, and you can hear how exhausted I'm kind of from it because the baby crying. So anyway,
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter... Well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there. Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much... I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Whoops, nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere. Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.